Good evening. It being on or after 7 o'clock, I'm going to open up the March 19th, 19th meeting of the Georgetown Conservation Commission. And on the agenda this evening, we do have some hearings, a couple of hearings to continue, starting at 7 o'clock, and we have some other business items to discuss. And let's see. Since it's after 7 o'clock, we could open and continue the first hearing. So without further ado, it being on or after 7 o'clock, I'm going to reopen a notice of intent for 211 Pond Street, GCC 2014-24. And that's residents under local jurisdiction enforcement order. And we are going to continue that.
Correct.
Do we have a date?
April 16th, at 7 o'clock, please.
16th. Is there a motion?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue 211 Pond Street, GCC 2014-24, DEP 16107-962. What did you say?
April 16th at
April 16th at
7.
7?
Please.
I second it.
There's a motion, it's been seconded to continue the 211 Pond Street notice of intent to April 16th at 7 PM. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Okay, and we have a few minutes before we can open the next hearing up as well, so we do have some business maybe we can attend to in the interim.
I have a letter regarding Tidd's Junkyard. So we had closed out some of these issues maybe 3 meetings ago. And what they asked was just a letter kind of stating that the commission will not be requesting additional sampling as related to those other notice of intents.
At this time?
At this time, if new information comes up, if they find something, then sampling might be required. I think they're just looking for kind of in writing that the commission is agreeing that no more sampling will be done as part of those two notice of intents.
Yeah, I'm aware that they asked for it. I think we told them that in the last meeting too.
I forgot to bring the paperwork with me to have it actually signed, so I can send that around. There's, I think, there's missing a line. You can just go underneath it or whatever. One commissioner, one whole spot. Parker River Clean Water is applying for some grants to get money to support their research on the Blanding Turtle project. A lot of it's on West Street, some of it's in Groveland. Historically, I think over a 5-year period, the commission donated $10,000 to help support that. That time period is up. So as part of them applying for grants, it helps to get local support, matching funds. So this is just a support letter that the commission's very much in favor of the work they're doing and supports them. And I just kind of picked a round number of $4,000 that we can pledge towards work in the coming 2 seasons.
How much was that?
4,000. So this money's coming out of a conservation fund that was set up before my time, and we use it for projects like this and for Boy Scout projects and some of the.
So this would be for a two-season period?
I actually just noticed this letter. We have it as 1 year. This year, we offer a pledge of $4,000. This doesn't actually specify how many years it will be divvied out over. That's kind of more up to the commission, and the commission can pick any number they want. I see this more as a support letter. The number you pick and how many years it's good for is a detail. I think that 10,000 was over 5 years,
I believe
so
that's
roughly
correct.
2,000 a year. So we could call this over a 2-year period or whatever the commission determines. This, it just has a spot for the chair to sign, so it's more of, the group voting, a motion voting to
The commission would authorize me to sign the letter, I guess.
and kind of agree to the concept and the dollar value. So it's $4,000 to go towards this turtle project.
Now,
We've been
does
doing
he
this for a long
include any different details this year from what they?
It's pretty much the same protocol they've been doing. It's just, I think Laura probably has more knowledge of what they're doing these days. They're doing a lot of Head Start where they're bringing in baby turtles out of the nest, getting them a year or 2 jump start inside with no predators, kind of fatten them up before they let them go.
Well, they
So I
should-
know Laura had one in her classroom that she's
have
been.
2.
You have 2, cool.
We have 6 in our school. The statistics are that if they're left on their own to hatch out of the nest, out of 1,000, 8 of them will grow up to breeding size and age. But if we head start them, which is only for 1 winter season, you can't keep them over a year. because then they lose their ability to predate and find, or not predate, but, you know, get food and fend for themselves. So we are just, they've been taken from West Street. When I got mine, they were 8 grams, and I weighed them this morning, and they were 62. So we've been fattening them up. They're nice and big, and they're very lively. And by the time we let them go in May, they'll be approaching 100 grams, which is something that would take them maybe 3-4 years to attain in the wild, because of that long hibernating, brumating period they have over the winter. So it is a tremendously effective way of increasing. The trouble with the blandings is it takes them, they don't actually breed till I can't remember if it's 8 or 13. Can you remember?
I forget. It's a long.
A very long period of time, and they travel long distances, so the roadkill factor is huge. So that's why they're endangered, and also a lot of their habitat, like our West Street fields, are
Is it
very
where they came from?
attractive.
Well, you know, a
Yes.
lot of people don't realize that turtles, unlike a lot of animals, live a tremendously long
Mm.
time.
Like
You
a
know,
tortoise.
if they don't get run over, I mean, for instance, like a box turtle, given the right circumstances, can live over 100 years.
Yeah.
Do they miss anything by not, you take them when they're just little guys, but do they miss anything because they didn't fend for themselves and find food or anything like that?
No, they
They're
do
all set to
very,
go when
very
they-
well.
Yeah.
And that statistic where you can increase it from 8 per thousand to 300 per thousand, I think really tells you that they do very well.
Yeah.
And they do radio track a certain number of them. Each of them, mine have their scoots on their top shell. I always forget which is their carapace, I guess. They're numbered. So Susan Speak, who monitors them down at West Street, she knows them individually and records them coming back and forth every year.
So just a quick question to clarify, that letter is going to the Environmental Trust?
Back to him to sign.
They're applying for a grant for some
Sign it.
funding.
Don't sign
So
it.
that's
Just look at
it's a support letter.
Dependent.
You know, to help them get the grant to show matching funds, and also at the same time to get a commitment from the commission.
Right.
You know, it's kind of a joint purpose.
So I guess we'd be looking for, if the letter's wording is okay and the dollar value is okay, we'd be looking for a motion to authorize me to sign that letter. If the commission so wants to adjust.
It specifically mentions the one in the public library in Georgetown. Those they're practically already dinosaur-sized by now. They're huge and really, really doing well. George Comiskey is taking care of them, and the librarians, and they are really, really well.
They're doubling
What
up
do
on the
they feed
feedings.
them?
Turtle food. From Petco, go to the turtle aisle.
Mr. Chairman?
So this is, I'm sorry, but this is only for the Head Start project. It's not actually for the monitoring
Right, well, we, the
down at
electronic
West Street.
tracking, et cetera.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll make
A
a
motion
motion that we approve this letter
would authorize me to sign,
and
basically.
To support
yeah,
it.
to support the letter for the Blanding Turtle Project.
We have a motion, it's been seconded to support the Turtle Head Start program and authorize me to sign the letter to the Massachusetts Environmental Trust. Any questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? So motioned.
Do you mind if we just pay some bills real quick? We have a few minutes till the next hearing.
Up to Steve, thank you. Bills, okay.
Georgetown Building Supply for Camp Dennison, $1,247. Georgetown Light for Camp Dennison, 2 separate bills, one for $117, one for $8.
$1,200, what was that actually for? Building
Light?
supply.
$12?
Oh, I thought you said 1,200.
Sorry, no, $12.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds like.
Yeah, I thought it was
$12.
$1,200. That-
$12.47. Sorry. I could actually round them up. It might be easier, but or round them down, whatever you want here. Department expense, mileage and phones, $871. Another light bill, $171 and $20. Keep in mind, there's 2 meters, one at the main lodge, one at the camp, so we separate them out. Camp Dennison hardware, I'm guessing, shear bolts, drivers,
Okay.
$182. BFC, this is a reimbursement for the One Industrial Way. So we have a third-party reviewer looking at these, representing the commission. This is paid for by the applicant, and for this cycle, it's $535. MACC dues for new commissioners, 100, and just new commissioners. This is for attending the conference, $115. Fuel at Camp Dennison, $1,173. So that's oil.
That's for 1 month, Steve?
Hope not.
No, I think that's.
No.
One fill-up.
That's one fill-up. I don't know how many months in between. I have a feeling it's 2 or 3 months.
They keep all the buildings heated and all that? don't they?
Just the caretaker's apartment. So there's an on-site caretaker that's there 24. Well, he works, but he's
Well,
his
no way that
primary
could, there's
residence.
no way that could be $1,000 a month for just a caretaker's apartment.
Yeah, so it's not just one. There is heating systems in, like, I think, the
They
lower
probably keep-
area.
They probably keep
but
it above freezing.
just to prevent the pipes and stuff from freezing.
Also, this is all their money. It's not
It-
our
it's-
money.
it's a
Taking
rev-
it
It's
from
their
weddings
No,
money.
right now it's set up as a revolving
Yeah.
account.
They're fee-based.
We have to authorize them to spend out of it.
Yeah. So they bring in fees for, they've been doing a lot of weddings and some larger events, things like that. So that's the bills.
I'll entertain a motion to pay the bills as read by Steve.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we pay the bills as read by Steve.
Second.
There's a motion and it's been seconded to pay the bills as read by Steve. Is there any further discussion on the bills? Not, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? Motion carries. And let's see, it being on or after 7:15, I'm going to quickly open 175 Central Street, GCC 2015-25. This is a notice of intent for a septic system replacement, and I guess we're going to be continuing this.
The applicant needed a little more time to design some of the features that we had talked about. This is one where we're questioning if the pipe was big enough, and it's a big deal to change pipe sizes, culvert sizes, so we're just doing a little extra homework. Given snow on the ground, you really can't see what's going on, so they just need a little more time. So, same date, April 16th at 7:15.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we continue 175 Central Street, GCC 2014-25, DEP 1610797 to April 16th at 7:15.
There's a motion that's been seconded to continue 175 Central Street to April 16th at 7:15. Is there any further discussion? In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Thank you.
I have just pretty much a list of commissioners and their relevant information as far as contacting you. Susan can correct me. I think what she's looking for is everyone to sign next to their name. When you guys sign these order of conditions and the bills and stuff, often Susan will notarize it, saying that she witnesses you signing it, kind of for the legal process. So this is just, I believe, for that purpose. So if you just don't mind signing next to your name, just for the record, the record for her ability to notarize the documents.
That is not my name. That is not my name.
Correct it. Please. And check your information to make sure it's correct. I should have added that. What was it? That's awesome. That's awesome. It's not what I usually call you.
Yeah, I know that's not.
What else do I have? We have a few minutes. Workshop in the Woods. There's a new group that's taking over Workshop in the Woods. I'll hand around a couple of their flyers. They're getting ready for their upcoming season, and thus contract time for us. So the commission technically did the same thing. The commission technically is in charge of managing the land down there. So the Camp Dennison group kind of does the day-to-day management, but when it comes to legal contracts, the commission is the signing authority. So these contracts, there's two, they're the exact same, just copied. Kind of
Yeah,
sets
I
a
was-
lot of the
I was,
conditions
I
for
was
that.
looking to see if there was any differences from the previous contract.
It is,
I haven't finished, I mean, I just started
Yeah.
taking a look, obviously.
So this was pretty much the typical contract that we've been using for years. Obviously, they changed the dates. The payment didn't change. They did add in this year, compared to last, a condition regarding the water usage. A lot of these events use a lot of water, and, you know, we're having massive water bills for that month. And so they asked this group to pay a portion of that water bill, because they're a main user of the camp during that cycle. I got this morning, signed by the company looking to use it. It's fairly new. If you're not comfortable signing it tonight, and I sent it out, I think yesterday or this morning.
Yeah, just this morning.
If you haven't had a chance to review it, or you want more time to think about it, it is a standard contract that we've been using for years, but they don't need it tomorrow. I just got it on the agenda because I only see you guys once a month.
Steve, excuse me. They have like a block of time, 2, 3 weeks, whatever they have, 5 weeks, I think they have, right? So what, does the whole place close down and they have the entire place? And if so, how do you keep the public from coming in and trying to?
Well, you really can't,
Balancing
you
act.
can't and you don't want the public coming in because
Well, you
it is a
don't.
public property. I mean, they're renting it, but we can't deny the public access to a public property for a private purpose. I mean, they're renting a portion of it for activities, but they still have to allow the public to come and say if you wanted to go down and go fishing or something of that nature. We can't stop that, nor
Yeah.
should we.
I was just more
Everything
concerned.
is open to the public except for the lodge. So all of the cabins, all of the boating, all of the hiking, all of the camping, the nature center, the
Yeah.
parking, everything is open to the public except for the lodge because they have all of their belongings in there for that.
So they have
period
no
of time.
problem having a group of kids down there, along with adults running around.
Well, if
I
you read the verbiage, it basically says as long as, the two activities don't interfere and there's not safety concerns or other health
I was
concerns.
getting, that was a safety.
And then you need to bring in other authorities to kind of deal with that.
I think the bottom line is it's not like Camp Dennison has 400 people going there in the morning to walk their dogs. You know, the usage is light enough. You know, I wish it was more usage, but right now, if there's 4 or 5 people walking down in the morning, they walk far left trails versus walking past the lodge and doing all that. There's enough land down there that everyone can use it, but I think they manage it the best they can, given the use during that 5-week period. So it sounds like I'll bring this to the next meeting, just so we can have
Yeah,
some more time to look it over.
I think since we have a lot of new people, it would probably
Yeah.
behoove you to read over the contract.
I did ask them, I went to the Camp Den meeting last weekend, and I did ask them about how much they're charging for Workshop in the Woods, and they said they had not raised their rent this year because they're a new organization and they want to kind of be supportive of them. But that the year before, they had actually raised Stacy's rent a certain amount. So they didn't feel that they needed to raise it again this year for the new group because they want them to be successful and to carry it on.
And the Georgetown kids get a discount.
Now,
Brings that price
do we
down.
know what kind of, say, liability? I don't think it references. Or do they see any liability insurance that they're carrying in there?
No,
I think
that's
there was
exactly.
I read
Because
something, but I don't know the exact
We
number.
obviously we want to verify that they have all that stuff.
We should get a certificate of insurance verifying that they have coverage, and it should be at least $1 million.
I think
No,
that's
it's
what
a
it was.
million, yeah.
Is it $1 million?
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
And again, this was reviewed by town council in the past. It hasn't changed, so I didn't spend the money.
But we need to get, we need to get that new certificate from those folks. These insurance, because
Yeah.
the one that was previously on record is not valid anymore. So we should have a copy of that
Absolutely.
on the file.
And they should name somebody as additional insurers to protect us in case there's a suit under it.
So, because this is, I
I
mean,
mean, we need our own policy
Well,
in
we have
addition
a-
to
The
theirs?
town has one.
They're gonna hold us they're gonna
Hold
defend
harmless
us if
clause,
there's.
yeah.
but since this
I see.
technically is a
Harmless.
new company, running this, even though
Yeah.
the contract is the same, we need to make sure we go back, make sure we have all the right paperwork and
No, that makes sense.
Yes, it's an indemnification statement.
But it's a very valid point. It's a new group of people. We probably need an updated insurance information.
And I know in the past, we've had the reps actually from the workshop, come in and kind of explain the process. I mean, those of us who were on the commission a while, we're pretty familiar with it, but, I'd throw that out as if that's something commissioners would like to have them come in or not at some point. I mean, once this is further on down.
I did meet with them because they are new, and I wanted to introduce myself and let them know what concerns the commission might have, kind of more related to the Wetland Protection Act and the regulations and how they use the land, and the management of the activities. And it also brought up when I was meeting them, historically, the commission has donated some funds to sponsor a local Georgetown child. So they have a scholarship for people that apply that don't have enough money to send their children to the camp. In the past, I think we sponsored two children for a full session. I think their sessions are $600 each. Again, the fund that we draw this out of is the same one that we're helping with the Blandings work. It's not the bottomless, it has a bottom to this account. I think right now there's close to $30,000 left in it. It's not gonna get replenished. What happened is at the time, an applicant donated money to the Conservation Commission to be used for conservation purposes. Since then, the lawyers have pretty much said you can't do that. So this money is not gonna get replenished. So again, you can pick a dollar figure that you want,
we need to
one or
use some
sponsor one or two, it's
caution.
$600 each.
In terms of what we spend our money on.
And again, we can address that when we sign the contract, or you can make a motion now to sponsor, one or two children. Typically, I think historically we've done one or two.
So this is still pretty early in the game. I think, even if we set a goal of having everyone review this by next meeting,
Yeah.
we're still way ahead of the
Yep,
curve.
Correct. I'm trying to get it in as early as possible. In the past, we do it last
Do
minute.
they set it like they do with the state parks, so like an open period where you can, where they're open for the, in other words, is there an open period where you can sign up and rent the facility now?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, every season when you rent properties, they kind of, it's open.
Oh, I see, like, you have to log on January 1st and get your
Right.
campsite. No, it's a rolling sort of thing, but they're very popular, very popular. They're booked very heavily with a wide variety of really interesting gatherings. It's amazing. And they're using the entire property, various cabin events,
Well,
lodge events,
the
woods events.
reason I ask, I just want to make sure it's fair how we're doing it to
Right.
the public, so everyone has a fair shot of if they want to book it.
I don't think it's unfair. I don't think that they've had to institute that sort of booking system yet, because,
Yeah, I know, the state actually had a
Pretty
problem
open.
with, the state had a problem with renting out state park parcels for, camping. People would go in, 3 years in advance, they'd have this thing
Right.
all booked up, and you'd go in, January and said, hey, I can't get this, ever. And, they kind of stopped that. Actually, it used to happen up at Salisbury Beach a lot. People would like pre-book these things.
for a generation.
So I'll put that on the agenda for discussion and potentially signing that document for the next meeting.
Yeah,
I
I
do not
think
think
that-
there's a huge rush, so.
No, I-
It's a chance to review it more.
Yeah, I think it's a fair amount of time, couple weeks, and,
And we are after 7:30 for our next hearing, whenever you are so inclined.
all right. It being on or after 7:30, I'm going to reopen a notice of intent for 304 Central Street, GC 2014-26, construction of a 38 by 58 barn. If I could have the applicant and/or consultant, and if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening. Attorney Brian Cassidy, representing the applicant James Motzkin.
And I'm Bill Manuel from Wetlands and Land Management.
Thank you. Okay.
I think while Bill's setting up, I think we had a very productive meeting with Steve a couple of weeks ago now, and made some changes to the plan and
Okay.
refiled last week an updated report.
Yep, and the highlights of the plan changes were, recall initially, we were trying to occupy somewhere close to the same footprint of the existing barn, and that was within the 100 feet from the river and within the 75-foot no build. So we've come up with a scenario where we've chopped off a little bit of the farmer's porch, and we're able to slide this up and out of the 100-foot. This red line is 100 feet from the mean annual high water. This green line is 75-foot setback from the wetlands. So our structure is now completely out of those two zones.
Good.
We had a discussion with Steve, and recall initially we had a stormwater sort of treatment basin there, which, you know, again, in the spirit of trying to have water quality and quantity treated, it did chew up vegetation and area in that initial 100-foot zone. So we've eliminated that, but we have put in an infiltration basin right in here, an underground infiltration chamber, which will handle the roof runoff and infiltrate that into the ground. We will restore this area, once the barn is taken down, we will restore this area. That's roughly 2,530 square feet. We're just gonna do that, restore it. We're not taking any credit for that. What we will do is in this area, remember this lawn area, and that is within the 100 feet from mean annual high water. We're gonna give you a factor of 1.5 times the increase of impervious area between the new barn and the old barn, which is about 1,400 square feet. We're gonna convert a portion of this lawn to brushy riverine habitat. And so that's the credit we're taking. This orange area that I've highlighted is that area between the existing no disturb bounds that are there and the woods line. We're gonna put some shrubs in there as well and allow that to revert back to natural habitat. We're not taking any credit for that, but we are putting it on the plan. So that's about another 850 square feet. And we expect that the order of conditions will say something to the effect of this area, you know, further along the woods line, any area that's to the south of the no disturb line would be, you would cease mowing it. And allow that to
These
revert.
black dots right above there, are those stone bounds or what?
These are proposed bounds.
Okay,
The existing bounds are here, here, and here. So we're gonna move the no disturb markers up and put it at the edge of the new replication area. We're also gonna put a couple of no disturb markers here at the back of the proposed garage, and that's gonna be 15 feet off the structure to allow us to maintain it, keep the vegetation off of it. So all in all, there's almost 4,000 square feet of riverfront area restoration coupled with this proposal here. We're also, I didn't even calculate this, but we're gonna put some evergreen screening here to break up the barn outline from the house.
you've made some
So-
excellent progress here.
I think it accomplishes, you know, remember the big motor coach, we couldn't have a real bend or anything. We could still negotiate that driveway, just a little more backing up. And 1.5 times mitigation, completely out of the 75, out of the 100.
Did you have to cut trees down? Will you have to cut trees down where the new barn is?
There will be some trees that are lost, yes.
What, are they big trees, mature trees, or?
The biggest trees, the biggest trees are like right here, and I think there's a couple on the back. These out here, I know there's like a sort of a grove of sumac, and there's some sort of scrubby black cherries that are in there. But,
Now-
there's no specimen tree.
Now, as far as the existing original barn, you're proposing that the town take that down, or try to move that, or?
Well, yeah, I know, it's sort of muddies the issue a little bit. Back when,
I know we had some preliminary discussion.
yeah, we had discussions with the historical
Historical,
commission
right.
about donating the barn to them. And, you know, they had a fundraising issue about coming up with the money to move it. I think under the prior scenario, the barn would be coming down, the old barn would be coming down right away. Under this scenario, since it's not on the same footprint, it doesn't have to come down right away. So they may
I mean,
It gives them
they-
more time to come up with.
Yeah, there may be,
an
this
alternative.
may be a venue for our CPC funding, if they can get another cycle, if all the money's not rated for something else.
Yeah, I know
from a
this year they
historic-
said that it was,
Yeah, and
had been
so
used
if
up.
this would get in as a proposal early enough, it could get into the next cycle.
And again, the offer is out there, I mean, it's not, you know, if they can do it, fine, if not, I think, I guess we've got 3 years under the order of conditions if it's granted to take that down. Ideally, it'd be done as soon as possible, but, you know, gives a little bit more breathing room for some further negotiations, since the barn,
Right,
the
and-
barn won't be built on top of it.
Yeah, and it wouldn't, actually, that portion wouldn't even interfere with your new construction.
That's right.
It would be completely separate in that sense.
That's
It
right.
could actually fall under the same notice of intent. In other words, the commission could actually include that removal of that
Well,
bond.
that is,
Well, that
that's
is
still
part
in
of
the
the, part of the
plan.
application, yes.
Yeah,
So, I mean, so you wouldn't have to go through this whole
That's right,
scenario again.
yeah.
right.
So it's good.
Because at some point during the 3 years, if presuming it's granted,
Right.
it'll come down.
And I'll work with.
And that would be the way to
support
do
the
it.
process.
There is a 6-month demolition delay
Mhm.
on that building. So it needs to be applied for, and then you have to wait the 6 months.
But I think in this
Before you
case,
take it
in
down.
this case, they probably would be working directly with the historic commission
Okay.
as their
Yep.
project to, in other words,
But it can't just come down.
Correct. It's up to 3 months. If
No, I
the
was
town-
told 6 months.
Sorry, I mean, it's up to 6 months. If the historic department gets back to the building inspector with written note, like written comment, it can happen. It's just more coordination with the town. So
yeah,
it's
I mean,
not
that-
automatically
obviously that
6
was
months.
put in so historic properties just didn't disappear and, bulldozer comes in. I think this is more of a coordination with the historic
I'm
commission.
hoping it is.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, that would be the goal here. I mean, we
I would
had
like
some,
that,
some
perhaps in
discussions
writing.
that, the historic nature of this be saved and, they get a new, facility for the motor coach, plus we get to save, the historic property portion of it, and we also improve the protection of the resource. So in that sense, it's a win-win-win if we can coordinate this.
Couple of,
Has the historic, have they accepted it, or are they still on the
No,
fence about if they can use it?
Well, Rick Detwile is actually the neighbor, and we've gone as far as meeting with the gentleman who would be taking it apart and relocating it. They've got prices, they know what it's gonna cost them. They just didn't have the money to do it this cycle, and, they're looking at alternatives for fundraising. They've said they have a location for it. So, it's just a matter of them getting the funding to come take it down.
I'm just looking at the plan for the first time. In the area where the building's gonna be raised, does it state what the treatment of it will be when that building is removed, in terms of the land treatment?
Yep, what we're gonna do is obviously fill in the foundation hole and smooth that off to match the grades with the adjoining land. And then there is a planting schedule. I did include a revised planting schedule with the most recent packet that I gave you,
Okay.
and that,
so there's a revised notice of intent packet.
Oh, okay, all right.
Give everyone a program.
so we're gonna restore that with nursery stock shrubs and then let it go.
With wetland shrubs, or?
Well, it's an upland buffer area, so it's up, I think let me see what I specified there. White pine, quaking aspen, and choke cherry.
Yeah, it's quite high above the river area.
Just for some
Rapid growers.
some comments on my end. Barn is not shown on this plan. I think there's a presumption that will get restored along with when the barn is raised, that will get cleaned up, but that's not shown on the plan. It, to me, is a given, and I think you guys agree it will get done, but it's just not shown on the plan. That road will not continue to be used.
It'd be a road to nowhere.
The no-cut bounds will be put in, is obviously a presumption. They're gonna go in during the initial construction, but it's kind of one of those, you're acknowledging there'll be some temporary disturbance for demoing the barn, destroying that area. Typically, no-cut bounds go in evermore. These are kind of temporary until kind of the second phase is done, and then it's no-cut in perpetuity. And am I hearing that right, that we'll kind of have first right of refusal on the barn for 3 years while the order is valid?
No,
Was
I think
was
what's,
that more of a discussion?
that's more of a discussion,
Okay.
we've had, we're gonna continue to have ongoing discussions with historic people
Okay.
and, see what can be worked out.
Do we want
By,
to
by
some
we,
language?
you mean the town?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see some language, I mean, in one sense, I mean, again, I'd like to see the coordination occur. I mean, it doesn't mean we can't issue an order of conditions based on this activity, but I mean, I'd like to see it kind of wrapped together as, in a sense, one project.
Just to buy some time, I mean, obviously as soon as possible, but also giving the town the time. So we're talking one CPC cycle. A lot of things fail the first time around, maybe it takes two, so I'm just cautioning the commission, making
Well,
that
I
timeline
think they're
too
doing
short.
two cycles per year now, I think.
True.
They're
I guess
doing one
just
at the
give them
annual
time.
and one at the special? Okay. I think the issue that, in talking with Rick Detweiler earlier was that they had used up the money for this
I think it's,
cycle and
yeah,
that
it's
it
this
needs to be
year's,
replenished
this
to
year, I
fund,
think
yeah.
they've used it all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best, our client can say is that we're gonna continue to work with them. He needs to get the project done. There is a time window for, the 3 years for the order conditions. Can't guarantee that it's gonna sit there for 3 years if the town, can't come up with funding, but,
Well,
It is-
if the town would, establish some MOU with, memorandum of understanding of how, that they intend to do that, I mean,
yeah.
within the 3
We
years.
could also condition it, that the town gets, it can't be
Yeah.
torn down for 2 years, the town gets, you can create language to, you can recommend, they can.
Yeah, I would say that, with due respect, I'd say that's not appropriate for an order of conditions, but certainly, we've been in good faith negotiations for
Yeah, I was
almost a year.
hoping to have someone from the Historic Commission here tonight, but,
Yeah, usually they're here, I don't know,
so we could've got some direct feedback.
yeah. I mean, Mr. Boston's working with them in good faith, the intent is to continue to work with them in good faith, but, don't wanna be bound by any, specific time limit, because, things change, but, certainly, we've been working with them now for, it's been almost a year.
Well,
Yeah.
I understand.
See what they can do.
I understand that, once the new project is up, I mean, the original bond is really not hurting anyone from that perspective. I
Right.
know he'd like to close it out, but I mean, it's been there for 200 years, it's probably not gonna hurt anyone anymore.
Well, exactly, and with the other plan, it would have to come down with, given the location of the barn, but
Well,
if it's
this is-
approved,
this is
if it's
completely
approved at this
separate.
site, yeah. It's not going to impede, the project going forward, except for the restoration of the
Right.
wetlands. Or I guess in this case, the upland buffer.
Who is gonna be taking it down?
Well, that's to be determined.
That's to be determined,
Okay,
yeah.
I know you had talked to Preservation Timber Family.
I'm trying to remember the gentleman's name that
Aaron
came down,
Sturgis.
Aaron, yes, Aaron Sturgis came down from Maine and I met with Rick and him on the site, and, they've, it's Aaron that gave them the quote on the cost of taking it down. And a lot of the exterior is not historic. The timbers are clearly, some of the windows, the stairs that I think a couple of people have seen inside with this funky, stairs going up to the second floor. But mostly it's the framing and some of the materials that are inside that are more historic than some of the sheathing and the roofing and so on, which has clearly been done over the
Yeah.
centuries in this case.
Yeah, in a couple 100 years, not much is gonna last. from
Yeah.
the exterior.
Yeah.
Do any commissioners have any other questions on this project?
On the drainage basin, that just, if it overtops, it just bubbles out, there's no other route for it, yeah.
Right.
Now, let's see.
And the old barn foundation, it seemed to be a stone wall when I looked at it, is that right?
Yes.
Is that going to be removed as well?
No, I think the plan is to use that as, to retain what's there and fill the foundation, fill where the barn is when that's taken down.
Is there a reason for filling it?
Other than it'd be a big hole,
Yeah, I
be a
mean,
big open foundation hole.
which would be a hazard liability.
It's
Well,
on a
it's
slab.
kind of more like a
Cool
a
historic
wall.
feature.
It's a very, very beautiful foundation.
Mhm.
And it's quite deep on one end and then sort of flat to the ground
gonna
on
say,
the other end.
it's a
So
walkout.
it's more of a wall than a hole. It
I
seemed to
think on the
me.
upside
The upper side
is,
is,
is where the drop off is.
Yeah.
That's right. So, what did you call it? A walkout, where the big barn doors are. That's flat to grade.
Pretty much, yes.
And then you walk to the back of the barn, and then it's what, about maybe waist height?
Yeah, maybe a little
Depends
taller.
who you are.
Yeah, you're
My chin height.
I think it's
so-
about 3 to 4 feet,
I
not
don't
quite
think it
4.
was, I would rather, I really would rather it wasn't filled for a number of reasons, because that foundation is so beautiful and historic. And it's not going to create a dangerous hole situation, plus it's filling inside the red is the green is the 75, right? So I'd rather not see that filled.
Well, the question is, would that existing foundation also be moved as part of the,
That's, I asked
the
that
barn,
too.
with the
And,
barn? And set up using the original foundation rock stones?
when I spoke to Ed Desjardins about that, he was thinking that it would be very difficult to move that foundation. Those stones are huge, you know, the size of under that desk. So he was thinking that wouldn't happen. But I would love to explore if we could. It's a beautiful
And
foundation.
when I spoke with Aaron Sturgis and Rick, they were looking at it, I had a site that they were thinking about, wouldn't be into a hill, so they were talking about, you know, it'd be wood below the existing sill now that's sitting on the wall. So that was their plan at that time. My only concern would be, in terms of the drop-off, whether that would be a safety hazard. I mean, even though it's, you know, I'm looking at, you know, the front corner no disturb marker that's going to be going in. You know, maybe we could do something with minimal filling against the wall to leave as much of it as exposed as possible. But I think a 3 foot drop is really getting into a safety issue there.
The thing is that existing area is really compacted from hundreds of years of activity. You know,
Yeah.
maybe, you know, 1.5 feet at one end tapered to nothing. We'll kind of give it better soil to grow in.
Well,
Right.
let's-
We're
I'm
gonna
gonna
need to do
compromise a
something.
bit, take away some of the steepness of the
The,
drop off.
the OSHA
while
fall protection
seeing
standard
the
is
top
4
2 feet
feet.
of the wall.
I have a good friend who was a landscaper who fell off a 2 foot wall and shattered his leg. It was out of commission for 6 months, so it's all, you know, I understand.
Yeah, what they're saying is actually you have to start taking mitigation measures and protective measures when you get 4 feet.
Right, and I think we're probably under 4, but more than 3 is from eyeballing it, but still.
But if the area is gonna be restored, then we're gonna need to do something. 'Cause part of it's rubble and part of it's compacted, so we're gonna need to, you know, probably at least get the excavator in there and loosen up that pan that's developed, and then that augment the soil, so we're gonna need
Yeah, I
to do
imagine
something.
over the period of time under that, it's very compacted soil.
Right.
Yeah.
I think to put a big machine in there to loosen the soil is just gonna make a deeper compaction layer. You could auger it, just drill through the compaction layer, and it would be way less disturbance and it would be way less cost for the,
Well, what we would do is just have
project.
an excavator, you know, they have a reach of about 20 feet or so, and the excavator's gonna be here to dig footings for the barn.
Well,
So
Well,
just
wrong
gonna-
timeline though.
yeah,
That
because,
barn's
Yeah,
already
yeah,
done
you're
yeah.
right, you're right, but.
Concept, you
know,
can still
wouldn't
reach
put
from
the
the edge.
excavator right on there, you'd be off of that footprint, and then you just rake it with the teeth.
But I think there would have to be some fill.
Yes.
Just to, you know, for the plantings, and certainly we can, look at minimizing that so that as much of the old stone foundation is exposed as possible.
Yep.
Because you're right, it is, you know,
We can,
needs to be work, yeah.
if the
yeah.
commission's okay with that, I can work with them in the field, maybe
Yeah,
on that.
this
a
is
real time.
something I could see you could adjust.
I think where they get the fill from and what the nature of the fill is pretty important. I mean, if you're in the wetland, you should not, you know.
I mean, I'm hoping it's more
because the,
loamy than Philly.
you know, projects
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
this bring all the invasives in if you're not using the right soil and the more disturbance you do, so I mean, I'd rather just see you auger through the hard pan and fill on top of it.
And I mean, you guys can condition it any way you want, you know, like you can have me work with them in the field when it comes to that, because that might not be till 2 years away. And I
Yeah,
think some of these things.
hopefully they'll have the patience to wait until there's a real place for the barn to go.
Correct.
It's a
Now-
nice barn.
When was the last time, when did you do the wetland line here?
Ooh, May 2014?
Again, we
We
didn't
didn't-
review it, we didn't accept
That's,
it.
that's where I'm going with
So,
it. So, I
yeah.
mean, we can still approve it, but I'm saying we wouldn't necessarily approve the wetland line.
Yep.
Accept it. But
Standard, standard
it's-
language.
It's standard language, but it doesn't prohibit the project from going forward.
There's
That
been a
was one
lot of
rotten job.
change out there. The new wetland flags are within, what, 5-10 feet of the no disturb bounds that were put there a few years ago, so it's been a lot of change.
I mean, that's really,
It's a really interesting amount of change since it was first built.
yeah, I mean, originally, like, the home was proposed almost right in the center of the lot, you know, we,
Yeah.
you know, I was on the initial notice of intent to move it up there because, you know, we felt there would be some change in this kind of a
Yeah,
property.
there has
As
been.
I was mentioning to Steve, I don't think it's the lot that has changed. I think it's the practitioners, the two different opinions of where the boundary is.
Wow, that was a long way.
Or a combination of the two.
Or a combination of that, you know,
Yeah,
it's
you
a
never know.
fairly stable, you know, really unless, like, say, beavers move in, or there's something that really drastically alters the hydrology. That's the only time you're gonna get a real dramatic change to a wetland boundary. I think overall, it's two different people's opinions of where the boundary is. Mine happen to be a little higher than whoever did
I
it
mean,
formally.
yeah, usually you don't see that much difference between scientists. I mean,
Um,
I mean, little, you know,
It
there's
depends,
some
I guess, what
variation, but I mean,
criteria.
Yeah,
you're not gonna see 50 feet difference between two
Yeah,
folks.
but we'll see up to 20
Yeah.
feet. With our third-party reviews, you know, we've seen up to 20 feet within 3 or 4 weeks
Well,
apart, you know.
You might, but if two people are using both the right science methods, you shouldn't
Yeah,
see
correct.
that.
You never
So-
know who's, you know,
You know, the-
you never know.
Yes.
The transition here, you know, when you get down to the edge, it was kind of gradual. The soils, historically, you could see they were worked over in the past, so.
Well, I've seen some actually bad mistakes made by wetland scientists doing delineations in the middle of winter, and they've actually admitted it when they've come back in spring and said, oops,
Yeah.
I guess I missed all this stuff, it was under the ice.
Yep.
So we're running a little bit
Yeah.
late. I don't have any issues. They worked, I think, very well with me offline.
Yeah, I think.
And pushed this as
I
far
think
as.
the only
very
thing is
reasonable.
the wording, if the commission so desires, in terms of the barn issue, the raising issue.
Yep.
But I'm happy with what I see in terms of where the new building is located, and the fact that you've done an excellent job of trying to get that out of the resource area.
Are we thinking of continuing until we clarify that? Are we going to speak to the historical commission or
Well, I
what?
don't think we really should necessarily hold it up for that. I mean,
I mean, if you want to put language in it, that's, I think, more the discussion.
Yeah.
The Historic Commission's on board with this. I talk to them once a week about it. You know, there's discussions going on. It's just, it's a money issue.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah, I
think.
mean, it is
this
a
change.
conservation hearing, so I mean, we can, I don't know, I guess that's really my question, how you wanna phrase the language, and,
So, to indicate that we would like
Like a
them
first
to
right
work
of
with the
refusal.
first right of refusal, is there a time limit on that?
I think that's where I was
Within
going
the
with that.
light of the
You know,
OOC?
They kind of thought it wasn't appropriate. Again,
Yeah.
that's not my call. I suggested it as an option. You seem
Yeah,
to think it's not
I,
appropriate.
again, I respectfully think that's really beyond the jurisdiction of the commission to direct a property owner who's voluntarily.
well, I think you do it to
But-
give the, in other words, we would word it where we give, the town the option within the 3-year window to take action.
Well, again, I respectfully think that's beyond the commission's jurisdiction in terms of, the obligation under the wetlands, ordinance and statute is to remove the, barn from the, wetlands within the
Right, but
3-year period.
essentially, it's,
But
we're
the-
conditioning simply when it would come down.
Well, but I don't think that you can say that when
Well,
it can
we-
come down. I think it could come down, I guess theoretically.
We condition timelines on things, you know, whether it's done in
Oh.
the spring or the
Well,
summer, all the time.
I
That's-
agree, I
that's
agree
the
with
norm.
that with regard to,
Wetland issues.
wetlands issues, but, in terms of the issue here is, Mr. Moskin, who's voluntarily, started this dialogue with the commission.
But isn't it
To-
a
to-
wetland issue? Because it's within
It
the
is.
boundary?
Well,
I mean, the barn
It,
could stay there
it,
forever.
it is
actually.
it is in terms of,
How the methodologies that it comes down, whether it gets refilled or not, those are all wetland issues, but,
to negotiate this, to negotiate what started out as a gift and to leave open a time up to 3 years to give the town an opportunity to exercise that option really isn't,
well, I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic. I mean, the government doesn't move at lightning speed.
Oh, I
you know,
understand
you
that.
need a cycle or so to make anything happen.
I understand that, and quite honestly, we've been almost the whole cycle already since we've opened up the dialogue. We'll continue to talk to them and certainly do that, but at some point in time, if it's not something that the town can do,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
may know that, we may know that in a few months, we may know that in 6 months. Circumstances change, and at some point, the barn's gonna come down. In the interim, Mr. Muskin may find some other use for it on another location and take it down and move it. I don't wanna tie his hands in the event that, some other opportunity arises. It is private property, the barn itself is his property, it's in the wetland, it has to be
but,
removed.
you know, just from that,
why does it
that
have
six,
to be
6 month demo delay, I mean, that would be applicable outside of the commission.
Oh, right, yeah, no, I mean, that's clearly a window that's gonna be there, and as I said, we're gonna have further dialogue with Rick and
mean,
Ed, because we've been dealing
The
with.
the historical commission can't promise that it's gonna get money because it has to go before the CPC and ask for a project, and then they've gotta vote on it, et cetera,
Right,
et
but
cetera.
they've been looking at outside funding as well. I mean, Rick's been, looking at a number of, private funding opportunities, so that, the CPC isn't the only way they may come up with the $60,000 that I think was, Ed's quote to take it down.
But if
and
you're gonna,
start.
if you're gonna build this building outside this jurisdiction, there's really no reason that the barn has to come down.
No, other than it's gonna fall down at some point. It's what do they call it, an attractive nuisance at this point. And the applicant has every right to request to take down the structure.
I mean, I guess from day one, if we never opened a dialogue with the historic commission and just came in here, applied for the application, and part of the plan was taking it down, it wouldn't even be a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy from the conservation standpoint of what you've done. I'm just trying to, factor this into. I mean,
Sure.
I'm just trying to find a way to do that where both parties can, come away
Yeah,
and be.
so
at
I
peace.
heard a commitment that they'll continue to work with the historic group,
Yeah.
and, if they can figure some out. But
Yeah, I mean,
it's just-
all I'm
they don't-
trying to figure is how to word, how we
Right.
could word that in the.
And I guess what I'm saying is, I don't see how that can be a condition of the order of conditions here.
Well, no, the applicant agrees to work with the applicant agrees
Yeah.
to work with the historic commission on,
Well, we could say that,
And that's in the minutes, and it's
but I
documented.
mean, there's
You're
no,
not talking a
but I mean, I
condition.
can't, what I'm saying, I guess, is I can't put a time limit on that, because at some point,
and it would be assumed it would occur within 3 years, because then they'd have to go through the whole permitting process again. So-
right. But as I said, if something comes up sooner, if there's another opportunity to move it or put it someplace else or personal use or whatever on another piece of property, that's not in the picture right now, but I mean, it's a possibility that something comes up down the road. I don't wanna see my client's hands tied by that, because he voluntarily made a gratuitous offer at the
No,
beginning
I
of
think,
this
I
deal.
think, just as I said it, the only way you could, I don't know if you could put that as a special condition, I guess, right? The applicant agrees to work with the, historic
Maybe
commission.
what we can do is, I understand the intent of the board. I can certainly work with Steve to draft something and see it, and, run it by you, and if it's not acceptable, it's not.
So you're saying the problem with the right of first refusal is that the applicant might find someone else that he wants to give the barn to, or
something else, I mean, there's nothing on the table now, but, you know,
So waiting for 3 years to see if the town can raise the money would interfere with potentially whatever he might come up with to do with the barn.
correct.
Well, I think as long as the barn's going to be reused, not just
Protected.
destroyed, that, you know, whenever there's a use for it, that would certainly be appropriate.
Well, again, let's be
But
let's
to at
be clear,
least-
it's not on any historic register, it's not any, you know, have any official historic, formal historic, finding on it, so that it wouldn't necessarily be historic use, it could be somebody building a timber house that
Any-
wants,
yeah, it
wants the
could be any-
timbers.
Anything, it's just, it is an important building, even though it's not on a register, so
Mhm.
anytime somebody's actually going to use it, I would say, fine, it's just give the Historic Commission 3 years, if nobody else is gonna reuse it, to get their act together, that's pretty short time in governmental.
Well,
Fundraising that amount of money.
In
it
the
might-
private sector, that's a
might
pretty long
take
time.
pretty long time.
I know, but it's
Yeah.
not,
It's not
It's
preventing
not-
the project from
it's
moving
not
forward.
preventing the project from going
That's
ahead.
It isn't, but again, if, you know, I will work with Steve to draft something that I think covers what
When you
you
mean
wanna do.
draft something, outside of the notice of intent, or I guess, what venue would that be in?
It's hard to draft it, so say they,
I'll think about that.
I'm
I think
looking
I-
at a- I'm
I think
looking
I
at-
like it outside of the notice of intent, but I'll think about that over the next couple of days.
Needs
I'd
to be
like to-
discussed with the owner too.
Yeah.
That's something you need more.
Yeah,
it seems like we're getting close to a vote on this.
I'd like to
and so
wrap
it's
this
hard
up.
to-
I would too.
It's hard to add a condition to an order after the fact. So it might not be included in a condition. It's more of
Yeah.
an agreement outside of this meeting.
I mean, I think that would be preferable, to be honest, as you suggested, maybe some kind of memorandum of understanding or something to that effect with the historic commission or,
Does that have any legal teeth?
yeah, I mean, it's a form of a contract. I mean, it depends on how we draft it and what they perceive their ability to do something here and you know, try to come up with some reasonable timeframes that works for both parties and, you know, what's kind of a, you know, would be a, don't wanna use the term, but, you know, kind of a drop dead situation if something failed. Let's say they went to town meeting or couldn't get the CPC money wasn't gonna be adequate for 2 years or, you know, because that's always, I mean, I understand now it's been drained almost completely, if not completely. So, you know, how long is it gonna take to get money in there, what the, you know, their competing demands in the town for those funds, so, you know, it may be, you know, really need to,
Yeah, I
Think
think,
about
So
that.
I think we can only put
I
some,
would rather continue
I think we,
until we have some language
I
that,
think- I think-
deals with that. I
I
don't
don't know if
feel
we can,
comfortable.
I don't know if we can hold it up for that, because it's, again, we're delving into more historic stuff. From the wetlands perspective, it meets what we're looking for. I mean, we can put some language in that says, hey, they're gonna go talk to each other, but I can't, I don't think, say, you know, you must, make an agreement with the Historic Commission as part of the Wetlands Protection Act. I don't think I can do that. And I might
Right,
like
you
to.
can put conditions on it that affect the wetlands, like you can only do it during the dry season or avoid a particular nesting season or something like that, something that's related to the Wetlands Protection Act, but you can't just say, I'm gonna give you a permit, but you can't use your permit for a period of time.
I think we also got a commitment they're willing to work this offline and come up with some type of document.
So, I mean, I would
don't
just,
know how
I would
much.
just like to see some language, just says that they agree to work with the Historic Commission on, basically on the issue. And then, if they wanna draft something outside of here, they can do that. But we're just putting in a statement saying that they agree to work with the town's Historic Commission on, you know, trying to, save the barn or move it.
I'm skeptical. Okay.
Well, I get, if you can come up with some language, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, I'm not sure how to phrase you know, it's gotta be legal, number one, and, you know, you have to craft language. I don't wanna
Unless
hold
we
up.
remove that portion of the work from the order.
Well,
We say that